Don't show your face here anymore. Oh, sorry. Mesquite. Sorry. I didn't see Michelle back there. But anyway, that's true, Michelle. But anyway, this morning when I went to Tim Hortons, there was one of them, they had a cape on, a Montreal Canadiens cape. So they're all coming out. But anyway, just want to hope everybody had a good time at the dance last night. Who was at the dance? Oh my God, nobody was at the dance. Oh yes. That's good. So anyway, we're going to have a nice full day today. Just want to recap yesterday for a little bit. Before we're going to start with a draw as well. So before we do our morning keynote, so we're going to start, I guess, with the prizes. And these prizes are on the table, huh? Okay, these prizes are on the table. Your name comes up, you come over here. And you got to be here. You got to be here to be here. I will give them one more minute. One more minute. Yeah, we're going to shut the doors. Before we start, I guess I'm going to start with a Mi'kmaw joke. It's in Mi'kmaw, so have you ever said a joke in Mi'kmaw that is not even funny in English? You ever guys try that? Try to tell a joke, a Mi'kmaw joke, and then you try to tell it in English, and it doesn't work, and it's just not funny. But anyway, I will tell the Mi'kmaw joke, and this is part of our humor. But anyway, there was this guy. He had a family, and then he goes to the patron saint for finding stuff is Saint Anthony. So this buddy, I'm gonna say this in Mi'kmaw because I'm gonna just ruin it if I say it in English. But anyway. Genum begisink ida wachtamat Saint Anthony als de mogonk dekuk nam yo na Saint Anthony na delimadla ida wage dem job minoge job na machaida na next week abichad mes na muge job na earlier abichu earlier the Saint Anthony ala delimadla bonum we wage na lugand bonum we Saint Anthony. Okay, he's at much higher up. Now, glove is third week. Begising, Kadaluada. Nagaloka, Saint Anthony. Now, did you badly ask? Now, Jigay Waddle, badly asked. Jigay Waddle to a couple of weeks. He's begising little. Now, the fourth week begising, Egway, Jean and Bob Busquad after the model, Saint Anthony, to badly asked, little Jixid Magut, Deluada. Where's you do one job? Where's you do one luguan no week? Bascaligwadol. Oh my, now nu do what la badly asa bochi ami ajida. Nadora sure enough. Next Sunday afternoon, Pante desinka na halap chijin and sledgehammer. Nadora beef Nadora guess biggest nuga chinum, now was wallas na mescook statue Mescook na statue, was a little to egalat last egg, and egalat lona upchaged. Now to buscaliga chinum, the name of the statue is lapchade and little mother. Good job. Mescook statue, how does it out? But anyway, let's go with the draws. That was my, back in the Corsillo days, telling jokes. Okay, I guess we're going to click to spin now. Enough about Dion. Okay, your first winner is Lauren Potty. There's Lauren right down there on the wall. Okay. Juliana Paul. Juliana. We're moving along. Sandra DeYoung. Sandra DeYoung, come on down. Shakira Marshall, go get your prize. We're keeping rolling. I don't know if there's a big prize here today. I'm not sure. Yes? Oh, wow. Thank you, Tara. Tara tells me there's a big prize, too. Sharon Paul is the winner. Sharon Paul. Let me Sharon. Okay. Sonia Tony. I like Okoju. I'm so used to doing this. I see people right away when they're winning. I always give away prizes. Janice Gugu. I don't know if Janice is wearing her Montreal jersey. No? Good. Smart member 2 people. Kiana Tenard. Kiana. And the next name is John Dennis. John Dennis. Where's John? Georgina Francis. Georgina. Marilyn Paul. Marilyn. We're at 11. Dwaphne. Michelle McGuigan. Okay, this is the last one. One more after this. One more. Sasha Christmas. Sasha. Huh? That was the last one. Number 2, Ilya. Okay, I just want to say welcome everybody on day 2 on Nuisul Tinesh. Well, Dashi, Vijidayo, Dilji Galuka, Goya, Gulagua, Dilji Bakale Wijiga, what Taidajigla, I'm Hawaii, Dil Mimajul Tichiga, Deli Nugal Sol Tichiga, Cleo Nuisul no Negamo, Kaka, Meskiga, Negamo, Bakale Yanina, Emsid about Hawaii, now, no, before Tiki Bichidadi deck, I don't know, Poki. Adwa, well, Dasi, Bichidaj, Delganeka, Nemidu, Kino, Delugudi, Gakino, Nemidu, Takoya, Nudu, Delua, Kadua, just want to say thank you. I just want to thank the group from Hawaii. I think that was a really amazing thing that they're doing, and the state of which they were before, after, I guess, the overthrowing of the kingdom. So it's amazing how Hawaii is. I never knew that, to tell you the truth. I always thought it's just a state and they have reserves like everywhere else. So that was new to me, and I'm really glad to hear it from them and to see the young people, especially. So anyway, that's the recap I have, and also the groups that were around the school and outside there was really good, especially when they skinned the otter. So it was really it's a good sight to see, I guess, if you're not afraid of blood and guts. But anyway, today. Oh, okay. The vendors are changed to, I guess, inside the vendors will be inside today throughout the hallway at ABMHS. So they're no longer at the tennis court. They're going to be around the hallways. So that's the vendors. And today we have our keynotes for today. It's Angeline King and Michelle O'Brien come to us from the Georgian College, where they both have been working in the Indigenous Studies program for many years. They have a wealth of knowledge. They will be sharing some really cool ways to incorporate language with virtual reality opportunities. And I spoke with them before, and they've got it down pat. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, help me give a warm Mi'kmaw welcome, Cape Breton welcome for Angeline and Michelle.
Mi'kmaw Kina'matnewey, Shkagishka Kwa Indigenous Cause, Jagnashi Nosewin, Angeline King, Chimnasing Ode Don Jaba, Megwam Berry Odendanda, Dinaki Georgian College, the Chinandam Gainin Ma, Gibijayan Nungum, Chimigwach, Blair, for inviting us here today. What I said was my spirit name is New Day Woman, and I come from Georgian Bay, Christian Island. I'm Ojibwe descendant. I'm with the Megazi clan, which is the Eagle clan, and I work at Georgian College. I've been there full-time for 8 years now, and I'd like to thank Blair for inviting us here today to show our virtual reality as an added teaching tool for language. We've been working on this for quite some time now. It's our 6th year, I believe, using the virtual reality to incorporate in language development and to help students regain language and to learn how to read and write. So I just wanted to say thank you to all of you for inviting us to your territory today, and I'm going to give it over to Michelle, and she'll introduce herself. Thank you. Miigwech.
I'll be short and sweet. Anim Bojo, Michelle O'Brien, Indigenous Cause. Jonia Benesekwe is my spirit name, and just ditto to what Angie said. This is the first time that we've traveled east. We're usually been going out west and all over presenting the world. So when Blair invited us, we were very honored. Because it was on our bucket list to come see you. And so that we are very, very happy that we are here. And I hope you enjoy. We present live in our platform, Engage VR. We don't have a PowerPoint, but we'll give you tips and things you can download, Engage for yourselves, and there's other worlds you can go in, but to be part of our worlds, you need to be a partner, which I'm hoping that you will. And we'll explain that as we go today. We did bring 2 headsets. So Angie's going to come down when we start presenting. So if anyone wants to be immersed in our worlds and experience it for yourself, we're going to provide that for you today. Miigwech.
So we developed 4 of our worlds: language in the home, language in a natural environment, language in the community, and language in the workplace. So each semester I have one of these courses. So we will go into virtual world. And right now Michelle's going to show you language in the home. And what we've done here is we built home in the language. And you can see these little circles, and once you press on it, it'll bring up the item, and what we did was put the language in it, so the students would be able to learn a lot. So Michelle will demonstrate.
Keyword no. Norden. Bebon. Abigishmok. De Guage.
Nibe. So those are either my voice, our elder, or a couple other instructors. So we've done this throughout the home. She's going to go inside and show you parts of the home. And how I teach this is, unlike how you learned at home, it was all just spoken in the language. And that's how I teach it at Georgia, and I like to teach it as if I was being taught at home. So that's how I like to teach the students. So we're going to go inside, and then you're going to see that there is different items here. So they're going to learn all these different items. So year 1, what they do is come in and learn these items. They probably have already learned it in the classroom. This just solidifies a little bit more by them listening to it. And so you can see that there's flour and items like that on a counter. In year 2, what I'm doing is speaking in the language and asking them, like, what are you going to be cooking today? So somebody will say, well, I'm going to cook soup today. Okay, well, then tell me the items you're going to be using. And they'll be speaking in the language and telling me exactly what they're going to be making. So they're going to be adding potatoes, meat, carrots. And I'll ask them to pick up the pot and show me the items that they're putting into the pot. Somebody's going to be making, we call it scone. I don't know what you call it here. We've heard bannock as well, but we call it scone. So they'll give me the ingredients that they're going to be putting into the scone, and it's just all natural stuff that we'd be learning at home. Just a few other items like
Sheeman. Dodo Shabo.
So they'll go in and they'll listen to it and they'll say Dodo Shabo. And they'll see the writing, and then they'll be able to say it themselves. The beauty about this virtual reality is you can change it out into your own language. We've already done the work by putting the items in it, but all languages can be changed to accommodate your own needs in the school. And how many instructors and teachers are in here right now? Good. Wouldn't this be just awesome to have in your classroom? Yes. And in this day and age, we need to do anything we can to engage our students. And I think they're in virtual world already. Why not have them learning? And so we can do this not just with the headsets. They're quite expensive. But you can also do this on laptops, as long as it can carry the Engage platform. They'll do wonderfully. And it's pretty safe. You can go in, only the instructor would have the password and give to your students, so it's a locked session. I go in also, and we'll do sharing circles. Do you have sharing circles here? No? Okay, so sharing circle we do. in a circle and we just share our thoughts. And it's, we carry a feather, and the person that's holding the feather is the only person speaking. The rest listen. And it's just to help us with our healing as well. And so it's a lock session, so we've done that several times in our environment. Michelle, you want to go in the classroom? So when we're in this environment and we're all logged in, the controller actually takes us into these environments. You don't have to do anything. She just brought us right in. So we're in the classroom, and it's kind of a depiction of what our classroom would look like. There's the sharing circle that we had. Yeah, so as avatars, you can go in and you can sit down and we'll speak to each other. And because we teach in college level, we're not all there. Some are learning online and some are in person. So this makes it easier for us to all be together. Even though it's in virtual world, we're able to communicate with each other. And the first time we ever did it, it was just so amazing. It was through COVID. And we were sent home, and they said, you have 2 weeks to go home and get ready, and you're going to be teaching online. So we did that. And then we got introduced to doing this virtual world, and we developed it. We've won 4 prizes with it already. And that was a big, big feat for all of us to be able to accomplish that. Pardon? Yeah. So anyway, okay, so if you look around in the classroom, we have the 7 grandfather teachings.
Bravery. Zong de win. To do right is not easy. It takes courage to heal that which is not well within yourself. To face our situations and setbacks in life is to be brave. Bravery is being able to stand up for your beliefs and your truth. To face the foe with integrity is to be brave.
So there is a pause button there. We just added those recently, the pause button, so you can go in and just listen to these phrases. These are positional phrases. Do you want to try that one?
Gidja-ing.
On top.
Nisa-ing.
Below.
Nama-ing.
Underneath.
Ajwa-ing.
Ajwaing. We use a double vowel system called the Pharaoh system. I was taught phonetically how to speak. So when I went back to school, I had to learn how to read and write in a phonetic way. So that was a little difficult, but got through it all. We have our chart on the wall. That's our alphabet chart. And I don't know, can you play this vowel song a bit?
Ba ba baby bee ba bo. Cha 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 chee cha cho.
So this is one of the first things the students have to learn is the vowel chart. And we do that every morning for the first semester. Half a semester we'll teach them, and they have a copy of the vowels. So it's really imperative that they learn those vowels. And so that's our main goal. Once they learn those vowels, man, can they speak and write after that? Yeah. Okay, language in the community.
So it's really easy to, can you guys hear me? Like I have teacher voice, right? So Engage has a menu that you bring up, and you can bring up the menu and we can change locations. I'll just click here. Georgian College and our partners, we have probably over 15 virtual worlds. We have cultural worlds too as well that don't have language in them. You can't hear me? No. Oh, I wasn't too loud.
Can you hear her now? Can you hear me now? No, it's not on. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me now? Yay! Okay. Yippee. So we have about over 15 worlds. And a couple years ago, we started building worlds to have indigenous communities around the world. So our students went to visit Wollongong University in Australia 2 years ago. So we built the backyard of the Australian university, and we've been working with someone from Hawaii. We have a Hawaiian world too as well, with a complete waterfall and everything and language, and there's going to be recordings in there. And it's to teach everyone every different culture around the world. So it's absolutely wonderful. But here's our language in the community. And if we had like 50 students in the room in VR, it will take everybody to the new world just by clicking it, and it goes black, and then everyone would teleport to the new world. So the teachers don't have to go chase the avatars around the room to get them into the new world.
This world was really special to us because our Nokmis, who works with us, is 83 years old now.
87
Oh,
almost.
what is it?
Almost 87.
Oh, 87, sorry, excuse me. And so we called this Welcome to Indayong, which means welcome to our home. And so we named the school after her as Nokmis Ernestine. And she was so proud of that because now we're going to have this forever. What I like about it the most is we're going to have her voice in this world forever. So we've restored her language as well. Believe it or not, she's second language speaker. She went back to school at a late age, and she's now fluent in the language. So.
Play a bit.
There it is. Yeah.
No, it played it again.
Yeah. So here I would go and do scavenger hunts with the students. There's no pause button.
No. It'll die. It'll die. Doesn't want to stop. Wants everyone to get up and dance. Can you? No. It's not stopping.
No.
Oh, I always say everything happens for a reason.
There. So what I was saying earlier, I'll bring my students in here and we'll do scavenger hunts. So I'll give them clues in the language and they have to go around finding things. So it could take them up to an hour to go find them. And so it's actually a pretty cool game for them to be playing.
Sees
Helps
above
them.
wood.
I'll do them either single or they can go in as a partner, which is better. So if one person stays out of VR and the other one goes in and does the finding, the other person can record their finding. So it actually works out a little bit better that way. Yeah.
In all the buildings, you can put in the language, like you have all around town, which is really nice. There's a fire hall in here too as well.
So Michelle's going to show you IFX. And this is really cool because the first time I did it, I really scared the hoot out of the classroom. So Michelle, bring in a bear or something.
Okay.
Character. There you go. So we call the bear Mi'kmaw. And so, yeah, so I scared them the first time I showed them how to do it. But you can bring various animals in. You can duplicate them or just delete them. There's the Mainga and the wolf. And you can have conversations with your students while you're bringing these animals in. Like Winesh Maba Jinkazet, what is this animal's name? And speak to them in the language, and then they have to respond Mi'kmaw or Maba. We use animate and inanimate. I'm sure you do as well. So we use Maba and Manda. So Maba would be the animate portion of Maba Mi'kmaw.
You can teach weather too as well, and you can bring in different sounds, and then you can teach them in the language. Let me see what I can bring in for you. That will be. I don't want to bring any more rain. We already have enough today. Yeah.
It's funny too, though, just thinking about it, you can follow the seasons with it as well, like bringing in snow, the fall season when it's rainy, or spring showers. But then also in the fall when the leaves are turning, I think we have one there where there's leaves that just
Yeah, I'm looking.
fall. I think it was at the beginning, Michelle.
Was that the leaves?
Yeah. There, the
Tumbleweed. It's just
no.
tumbleweed, though. You can just bring that in. I think it tumbles. But I wanted to bring in the weather.
Yeah.
And for teachers, you can teach in here. You don't even have to leave. So what we do is we'll bring in a screen. I'll bring in a screen and show you what we do. Let's just see if that one will work. Yep. You can bring in a movie screen, and then you can preload if you want, or you can share your screen. So if you have something in Word or you have a PowerPoint presentation, you can actually play it in here for the students or the learner, and they can stay in there as an avatar. But I'll just show you how easy it is just to play a video.
Ani Binochiak. Me
So-
Maba at Barbara
So
_
you
Nolan.
can just come in here and watch a
Oh,
video.
jingle beans, oh, jingle beans, oh, jingle beans. Do 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 do. Oh, jingle beans, do do do.
And then you can just stop it quite easily. You can share YouTube links. You can share even your own screen. What's wonderful too as well, there's a whiteboard even in here. And the students or the learner can actually get sticky notes and put them, write on them and put them all over the world too as well. So you can do lessons in there if you want, and scavenger hunts and everything too as well. And then just to get rid of this, you just click on the 3 dots and hit delete, and you can get rid of,
Gizmo.
yeah, you can get rid of the assets. So in the virtual world, objects are called assets. When we were first learning, it was funny. I'm going to tell you, it was not easy, okay? Because it's a different lingo and everything like that. But once you get going, it's a lot of fun. And you don't have to be in here forever. You can do like a 45-minute or 40-minute lesson, and once or twice a week. But we feel it really inspires and motivates the young ones to want to learn. And the reason that we showed you language in the community was because at Georgian when we first started this, one of our goals was to share it with other Indigenous cultures for language and culture, but we didn't want to sell it. We didn't want to do that. But for us to have the Engage platform, it is a huge amount of money, and for an individual to have it, same thing. So we created something called Indigenous People in XR, and it's where we have partners. And we do a memorandum of alliance with our partners, and then there's a minimal yearly fee that goes towards the Engage platform that everyone uses, and then just a small fee for licensing for being a host so you can create events. And so we're really excited. We have other universities and school boards in Ontario I think it was Blair or a couple other people. We presented in British Columbia in February. We were live online, but Arliss, who is a partner of ours from the Saskatchewan Indian Institute, and he actually took our language in the community and he swapped out our Anishinaabe Moen and put in Cree language throughout the whole world. And so, guess what? You could do it too, right? So if you came on as a partner, then you would work with our developer who is in Manitoba, and you could provide recordings for them and they could swap out the language. So I just wanted to show you quickly. I'm getting a shadow. Okay, there we go. How they swapped out so that, see, they put their logo on the teepee. They also did a welcome sign to their territory, which is really nice. Okay. And then also they do and follow the 7 grandfather teachings. So what they did is they made it like a scavenger hunt in the community and put it all over and on the buildings in here. So if you come here,
Yinisun,
it's a little low, I know that.
a miss.
A misc for beaver, and they're all over the building. And then I'll just show you over here quickly. If I right mouse click, I can teleport very quickly. If you go to Saskatchewan, this is their college. They actually replicated, they took out the health center we had in here and they put in their college. So if you go there, you will recognize this, so which is quite amazing. And so the assets can be swapped out from what we did and your own that have significance and also culturally appropriate. You can do what you like. So you would work with the developer and do that. So it's quite amazing, actually. Where do you want to go? Natural environment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're going to go to the natural environment. Like I said, these are the 4 environments that I teach overall. And right now, I am the only teacher that's teaching them in my courses. When I finally decide to retire, I need somebody to step it up.
You're not retiring.
No.
Does anyone have any questions?
Yes?
Angie's going to come and bring the headsets down in a minute.
Pardon? Yeah, so we're going to bring them down in a minute. Are you going to answer? You can answer the question.
Sure. Yep. So in the language and the natural environment, this is one of my favorite worlds. We have the Anishinaabe clan system.
Wawashkashi,
So you can go around
Ondeg,
and the clans are silhouetted around the teepee too. You can sit. I'm sitting in the camping chair, so you can sit around the fire, have conversations. Just a few things you need when you're outside in the natural environment. Someone have a question?
I'm wondering if there is any plans or if it's been considered to incorporate more actions and verbs as opposed to noun acquisition.
You can do whatever you want in here. Like, yeah. So what happened when we started first building our worlds in 2020, it was COVID. The only reason that we started was because we were forced to stay home. And we were also thinking, what can we do to entice the young learners to want to learn the language? So we had extra money because we weren't on campus. And so we made a word list. What do we want in here? And then we put it in the language, then we recorded it in the language. And then we worked with the developers to build these worlds, right? But you can do sentences, you can do whatever you want. You can do teachings in here if you wanted to. Record your elders or your knowledge keepers. And I'll show you, we have our Nokomis, which is our elder, and she does a full prayer in the language for us. In here, when we bring her in, we green screened her, and she comes in like she's in person here. And the wonderful thing is we use this not to just revitalize language, to preserve it as well. As long as we have the worlds, we have teachings and stories. Yeah.
So can you, for instance, say what is this person doing, like a cooking action, a cleaning action, actions of daily living?
So, yes, but that would be facilitated by the teacher. You would never just send students in on their own and say, have fun. It's to be facilitated. It's a teaching tool, right? So it's up to the teacher to come up with the activities, what to do in there. Yeah, yeah.
One more quick
Yes.
follow-up. The newer type of things like televisions and stuff like
Yes.
that, how did you guys arrive at the vocabulary?
So that's the thing, and because we've had our language program at the college since 2013, but we also have a program called Indigenous Community and Social Development, and we've been teaching Ojibwe language and culture for 30 years at Georgian College. We have Ojibwe 1, 2, 3, 4, and yeah, it's, and sorry. Miguel.
Questions? You must use the microphone.
I love this world. Like,
What world is this?
this is language in the natural environment, and the water's moving. It's just so peaceful in here.
Oh, cool.
I don't know, for some reason, we did put some animals in here and fish. You can,
Sorry.
you can walk on water.
Oh, cool.
Probably be the only place you can walk on water, right? Yeah.
So I see the way you're navigating, like you're clicking on elements inside. When someone is in wearing a headset, can they interact? Can they pick up objects?
Oh, they can pick objects up.
Okay, so yeah, that's excellent.
Yes,
okay.
you can draw.
It's like
in the
GTA.
air.
Yeah, well aware.
Oh yeah. You can run into a tree
no,
and
it's
just
Okay.
like feel like you're actually running into a tree.
And then I think you've already answered this part, but because you made
No, I'm
your
looking.
school inside, so you can obviously make
That's
your
the
own
other one.
assets, right?
Yes, you can. Oh look, see?
Oh, there you go. Excellent.
Yep. So
This
they're
one?
in. Oh,
Phenomenal. Thank you.
This is Rosen one.
Why is she walking like this?
Yeah.
oh, just ran into me or through me. Where'd they go? Oh, in the water.
This
See?
one.
Look. You're walking on
swimming.
water. And you can take pictures in here. I'll show you. I love taking pictures. Look. And you can, it sends it right to my laptop. The kids love this, to see themselves as avatars. And it just goes right to my laptop as a PNG, and then I can pick it up. So that's a wonderful thing. You can do emojis in here. So if the kids like what you say, can clap, or it can even send hearts over the head and everything. And so it, yes, go ahead.
Tu sais comment?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Eh?
I like this concept. And it's not known to me, but I love it. It's my father used it 60 years ago. And that's how he was teaching us words in Mi'kmaw. He'll use by whenever we're on the road, he'll point at signs, numbers,
Oh, you hear my voice.
things, and well, it would have been Barbara. Where's Barbara? She was always beating us. She'll point at the word on the city, like a great example is Woodstock, New Brunswick.
Oh, I'm trying to move.
He'll ask, what's that say?
Yes.
And Barbara will answer right away in Mi'kmaw. Desk.
Okay.
So, and then even St. John. John Sabewit. So, and what kind of tree is that? He pointed at a tree,
Yes.
and he say, my sister will say, Amo, stone. So, this does work. This is how our father taught us the language is important. And one more illustration would have been he'll open up a newspaper and he'll tell us to read it. We'll read the newspaper and ask, what does it say? And we start speaking English. She said, no, in Mi'kmaw, in our language.
Yep.
And we had to translate. Again, Barbara was the champ. And Helen. So these are the examples of basically how you call it today as homeschool or how we're preserving our language at home. And it's very important that we do it daily. And one more observation. I know a translating word is good, but our language is three-dimensional, meaning it's not just a word, what it means. It's the whole concept of how we, like, language would be always three-dimensional. Like, well, example, like Eskizoni. Everybody says, oh, Eskizoni, Eskizoni. If it's translated geographically and physically, if you're describing a place,
Yes.
that's how our ancestors described it.
Yeah.
End up tree line.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just want to bring that. I applaud at your project. I look forward our youth or children will embrace it. Walalio,
Yeah.
Milwich.
Oh.
Well, the extra Samo.
Miigwech.
Hello, I'm just wondering how long it takes to build the world?
Okay. So we started our first world, which was language in the home, and it actually complements our courses in our programming. So we had language in the home, language in the community, language in the natural environment, language in the workplace, which has 3 little mini worlds attached to it. That took a year and a half. And that was with meeting weekly. Once a week, we would meet with the developers. We would tell them what we want. They would go away, and then we'd meet with them the following week, and they say, is this what you want? So you can actually send them exactly what you want, pictures of what you want. You don't have to leave it up to them to go search and guess and choose something you don't want. But here, like this world has every tree in it. It has cedar and oak, and it's got birch trees are in here. There's so many things, apple tree in here. So you tell them, you give them like a word list, and then you translate it into the language for them. And then if you want recordings, I always suggest you do recordings. Recording is quite easy. We have cultural worlds now too, and we have very long recordings. We have creation stories in our cultural worlds. We have other clan systems in our cultural worlds. And some of the recordings are 5 minutes long, and that's why they created the pause button for us. So in case you get interrupted or whatever, but they're beautiful. And the cultural worlds are called Turtle Island, which is really nice because we were hoping to fill up all the scoops on the back of the turtle with all different indigenous cultures around the world to be able to go in and learn and stuff. And so I was reading too about Mi'kmaw.
Can you grab two volunteers?
Two volunteers?
Two new.
Oh,
We need two new
more
volunteers.
Yep. If anyone wants to come up and try it,
You want to come and try it?
come on up.
Could
That-
I just ask just another question?
Yes, of course you can. Of course.
Just for the fact that we always see lately for the last 20 years our language written, copied, and even talked about, ritually and so forth, but you never see the emotion of why you say a certain word at a certain time, whether you're feeling sad, whether you're feeling angry, whether you're trying to get a point across, especially to our children, because learning the language is not just reading and writing when you come from an oral tradition. It's about putting our foot down from a Mi'kmaw perspective, for example, as Native people. And I just want to ask about that because, I know when you look at everything virtually and the fact that the world now is so-called digitized because everybody's into this, how do we move forward as indigenous peoples or any language that wants to be saved? Because we have to have that emotion from the human perspective. Thank you.
Well, it's all about talking. Angie, can one of them talk maybe? You're a human when you come in here. You just look like a cartoon. That's the only difference, but you are human. You can see your mouth, the eyes, the mouth moves when they talk. Yep, you can have conversations in here. You can talk about whatever you want. And it's them. Usually your name would appear up here.
Is this them right now?
Yes, this is them in there
Oh,
right
this is
now.
them.
This is them in there
That's
right
them.
now. See, there's two of them. And they can talk. I don't know why I can't hear them talking, but it's okay. And they're walking around, see? Some things they can go pick up too as well. Yeah, they're missing their arm. I don't know. Sometimes
chopped off her arm.
Yeah, or I don't know where the arm went. But the only thing in here you can't feel, like when you touch someone, you can't feel their body, but you can pick up. You can pick up emotions. You can pick up how they're feeling and that. We have presented like probably over 100 times, like hundreds and hundreds of times. And we find some of the elders are really happy because they would want like an event set up so that they could come in as avatars after dinner maybe and sit with their friends from all over. That's the wonderful thing. You can come in as an avatar if you're 10 hours away or you're across the world, and you can all just meet in a matter of seconds. Do you know that? So that's a wonderful thing about it. Yep, okay. I want to show you, I was reading that the star system is very special to you too as well. One of our partners, built a Anishinaabe star system and Cree system world. And they are from the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board. I just want to see where they are. Very strange. There we go. Stargazing. Winter or summer? Let's do summer. And I'm going to tell you, every couple months, our developers become so innovative and new with what they can do. It is incredible. So I look at from 2020 to 2026, and what they've learned to do in virtual reality is incredible.
Any other questions? Oh,
Yes, come on.
Good
It's
morning.
okay.
Good-
Come on. You
good-
can ask anything.
Check, check. Good morning.
Good.
Wali exit book.
What rural Jody's garden?
This is fabulous. What I see is great. But would it be geared to people my age
Oh, yeah.
who are not able to use machinery or technology? Would it be geared to the older generation as well?
Okay. Well, you're probably about the same age as me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, do have to limit down, huh?
Believe it or not, I'm 67 years old. So,
Oh, okay.
so,
And I'm 61.
so like, this was all new to us, like we said.
Well, true,
And
it's-
it's really relatively simple. And you just need people that are going to teach you how to use it. As you can, this lady here that's sitting there in a dress, she said it's really simple. I asked you to come up and take a look at it.
Come try it.
Come and try it.
You are kidding, right?
No,
No.
I'm not kidding. Yay! So, just to let you know, you don't have to use a headset. You can use a handheld mouse and a laptop, and you can come in. Over COVID, our elder, who was 80 at the time, or 82, she never used a computer in her life. We taught her how to get into Word, Teams. Then we created, she's got 3 avatars. And she comes into the worlds. So, and yeah, she's 87 now. And she never used a computer before COVID at all. No. And if not, you can still just be present.
Roger Musha, Bim Kubain. It's too dangerous to be on the stage.
Too dangerous?
Yes. Bossy.
Okay.
Goodbye.
So this is
Liability.
this world you would love. It is. I'm gonna bring up some.
Okay, some to go with cut it out.
Look, see, you can bring this, put the star system in the there, and then you can go. Let's see if it changes. Yeah, look. See, so you can do the star system in here, and you can also do recordings. So you have your own teachings. You can do recordings in here as well.
Always fishhook.
Yeah, always wishful. Listen, we wouldn't leave you alone. So we don't just say, "Oh, thanks for being a partner." We would onboard and teach people that need to know. And then you can. We have
Anyone else have questions?
audio.
Yep. Sorry, I got one on this side and then one on this side.
Okay, look.
We're grabbing a question as well.
Yep. Yes.
That's so cool. Yeah, we're just gonna grab a question.
Hi, so I don't know much
Hold
about,
on. I don't know. Okay, yeah.
I don't know much about VR or the software program that you need, but I see that you're on the laptop there, so I was wondering if this would also be compatible on iPads.
I think I'm gonna answer that. It does, but I highly recommend.
The iPad it can go on, but you're not going to get all the features that you want, and it's quite slow, and you can get knocked out as fast as you log in. So I've had students that tried with their iPhone, the laptop, and you just don't have all the features that you want on it. So using a laptop would be a lot better. Like I said, the headset is quite expensive now. You don't want to be buying them unless you have tons of money to buy, enough for students. I don't know how big your classrooms are here, we do college and whatnot. The problem with us when we first started using the headsets was we gave them out to the students for the 2-year program. We got them to sign a contract saying that if they didn't bring it back at the end of the year, then they would have a penalty on their registration, so they couldn't get their grades or anything like that. That was our security to get our headsets back. I think we only lost one throughout those 5 years we've been doing it, but it turns out that they keep upgrading the headset, so it's better just to do it on a laptop. It's a lot more cost efficient.
Or if you have headsets, what we do now, we leave them in the classroom,
Yeah,
right?
Thank
So
you.
we don't let them go home.
yeah.
Yeah.
Any more questions?
How's he doing?
I don't know.
She's coming.
Is he doing well? Look, he's walking around.
Can you ask the question people to stand? Can you ask her to stand?
So anybody that wants questions, please stand.
No.
Oh.
I had her. And then her. Yeah.
Okay. It's just a quick question. For teachers who want to learn how to use this, are there programs for professional development where they would teach us how to use these programs?
We would.
You would?
Yeah, we
so
would
we
do
would
that.
bring you guys into the school?
Yeah, we would onboard you.
Well, we can do it over online. We would do it online with you.
Okay. So how do we get, will we get your email up there and we can get in touch?
Where's Blair? Yeah. So it's better to go through like maybe like your education body, and then for Blair to. There he is. How did you like it? But it was okay though. Yeah. Yes. Oh, that's okay. Yeah. Yeah. And then it becomes second nature, right? You get your coffee and you just put your headset on and you can just go in there. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So just to answer that question a little bit is we are exploring a partnership with Georgian right now, looking at what it would take to financially to transfer the worlds into Mi'kmaw. We have the capacity certainly, but we need to understand fully from a cost analysis what it would take to get there. And so that's something that we're actively pursuing right now with developers. So stay tuned.
Yeah, that's good. That's lovely, eh? Are we near? No.
Hello?
Do we have a little bit more time?
Yes.
Hi.
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 it's
So my question is basically the engine they used. Is it Unreal Engine or is there a particular?
I can show you. Okay, so as an individual, right now you could go home, you can bring up Engage, you can create an account, you can download Engage to your laptop. I'll just show you. But you cannot get into our world. You have to be a partner because they're locked.
Okay.
So I want to
understand.
let you know they're very safe for the students.
Right.
When you create the event, you put a password on the event, and the only people that have the password can come into the world.
Oh, good. Okay, so that's hosted at.
It's Unity.
It's Unity.
Yes.
Oh, okay, good to know. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'll just show you. I log in here.
Now we know your password.
This is how you would. This is your account that you would create. You go to Engage VR. You would download it. You would fill out all the information it asks you to fill out. How I create events, like for today, you click Event, and then you can put in whatever you want. So if you click Create, you put the title of your event, you put the date, time, start, end. Then this is over here where you put your password.
Okay.
And you can get a link to give to people for it. And you click Save and Publish. And then you would return, and here you download Engage, where the platform where the worlds are. So I don't know why it's two separate. We couldn't understand that in the beginning either. Why is there two separate? One, you create your account, and this is where I load my media too. this is where you load your videos that you want to bring into Engage. You can do that here too as well. And you can create, I'll just show you right now. I'll go back.
Last two people to try this out, just come to the stage.
I'll just show you. I'll just end the session. Oh, shoot. I'll have to go back in, Ange. They probably kicked them out. Sorry. I wanted to go back. I wanted to go back to show you. This is what the screen looks like when you download Engage and you would want to start a session. And Engage has a whole bunch of free worlds you can visit. Piles of worlds. You can go into the president office. You can go everywhere. Angie, sorry, they probably got kicked out. I'm going to go back in.
We're going to let him back in, but we'll take your question.
Yeah.
Can you stand?
So I have a question. So the headsets you're using are the MetaQuest 3s?
Oculus 3.
Oculus, yeah. So it would be, could you use, you're using it because it has that standalone technology, you can just have the app on the headset itself?
You could, yes, you can, but you can't interact if you have standalone. But you can have a couple of them put into standalone. But there you have to still log in. So when you put the headset on, you still have to log into the event.
So you mentioned earlier somebody mentioned about iPads and stuff, if it was possible, but you mentioned a bit of a technological difficulty.
Yeah.
So with most modern phones, they're pretty good. You ever considered maybe in your demonstration within the virtual world that you ever considered maybe having offshoots or using augmented reality with the phone, where the things that you mentioned in the house, such as you would see the certain things that you would have an app or a sister app to this one, or something completely different, that when you put your phone towards something, it has the ability to say it in text because you're looking through a camera lens, and you can and it can speak to you and stuff. You ever considered that, augmented reality?
Yeah, yeah. But what we want to do next is we want to do AI. We want to train an avatar in our language in here so that you can come in here, ask it questions, and you can have conversations with an avatar. And you can do that. It takes time, does take money too as well. But as far as an app, no, we haven't, we're not even our programming is not really we do have a couple courses in language resources, but yes. Well, they're not, yeah, they're a lot less. Now you can get them for $350 if you want.
If you want to add this in your classroom, or if it was ever to go back to remote learning for some reason,
yeah,
most likely, but
so
it would just be the cost of the equipment. That's it.
Yeah, just the equipment.
The platform is already paid for by her.
Yeah, that's a yearly fee.
Yeah.
You don't have to. Yeah, it's a yearly fee. You don't even have to worry about that. And then you buy so many licenses, which means host. So say you start off with 5. Okay. Then you are the one at your school that would set up the events and the times and everything. You control when people go in and when they don't. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But okay.
That's okay. Keep thinking. I know it's. Listen. Yeah. When I first.
The first time I'd done VR was 20 years ago. Back in the
Yes. Oh yeah. Yes. Yeah, I love
Thanks,
just
Matthew.
using the headset. I mean, I love just using the laptop. Angie doesn't mind. She likes the headset.
How is it, Vivian? Oh, okay. Get off the Wi-Fi.
Is it okay though?
All right, we'll take one more question.
What happened to the volume?
Ernestine Baldwin again.
So this is our elder. We green screened her.
She knows when.
You can do this with your elders or knowledge keepers.
Mi'kmaw Kina'matnewey.
She is. Look at her. She's got tobacco in her hand.
Mi'kmaw Kina'matnewey. Gorin Mi'kmaw Gibigishkak. Mi'kmaw Jesus Bimnastet Nongo.
What a good way to preserve your elders' language, eh? To bring them in and have them recording.
And she does the seven grandfather teachings and the Minnesota teachings for us.
Mi'kwaczka, Kena, Skak Mi'kwa, Mi'jian Mi'jam, Nasawe, Minwa, Ejapi Tandog Oknabe. Mi'kwaczka, Denok, Tigok, Wesiyag, Nashiag, Gigoyag, Nedonsha Sukya. Minwa, Mi'kwach, Mi'jian, Wawaskonayan. Meanwhile,
them a long time to download that world.
Mem de Gergon, Niwin, Skiking, Emmy's young, when I jam no young, Je Namayang girl, Emmy's young, Marva so, say ma, Win gush, Skode Maj, meanwhile, Gizek. McQueen Mononik, you Osgoga Majaji, Monkey King, the Dokan in Yashin, there's a Mishawat. The Gosen Mark Shem the Do, just a win more, just a win mat. Meanwhile, you I oxygen, and we scan much it, and Monot and much it. The Moxygen care. The Gosen Mark, Mishom Sanonik, Nokmas Nanik, Chibiel Wat March, we don't, we don't know. Meanwhile, the Gorge Mother, Shem the Do.
So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to thank Angeline and Michelle. A good round of applause for their work in virtual. And I like how what the Grand Chief said about naming stuff. I remember traveling to Chapel Island, Borlodek, with my grandfather when I was like 6, 7 years old. I would name all the name of the places going all the way, and he would tell me all I had to know was Cove, Walnig. So we would say Soldiers Cove, Smuggins, Walnig, and Red Islands, Meguegal, Minigul. We do that all the way. So when the Grand Chief mentioned that, and that is true. And also another story, a quick one about learning the language. There's this couple people that live in Eskasoni that are non-native, that they're fluent now in the Mi'kmaw language. And I asked one of them, his late wife, he said, my father taught my wife, like, just first thing is about what's on the table. So that kind of virtual reality, milk and sugar, but that's how his dad taught the non-native wife all the language, and she was fluent. So anyway, we're going to We're going to wrap up today's keynote. We're just going to let you know that after this, we're going to have a little break and come back at 10:45. And then we will be coming back in here at 11:45. And then we have the presentations all around the school. And we also have presentations by Terry and Luke. And the outdoor session will be in the gym next door for Terry. And as you know, the MK staff is wearing light blue today, baby blue, we'll call it, powder blue. And we have Susie. We got some gifts for our friends here. We don't want to leave them. We don't want them to leave empty-handed because they're a lovely presentation. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, Jelani and Michelle from the Georgian, and accept these gifts on behalf of MK and everybody here. So, well, all y'all, thank you. Okay, now we're going to have a break. How's that? And then at 10:45, you can go to your presentations all around the school. And nutrition breaks are around the school as well. And if you're an elder, you can go into the elders' room. And there's like tea there. And it should be a good morning. So see you here in 1 hour and 15 minutes to wrap up and give you some gifts, prizes, and some dignitary thank yous. Well, all you. Good day, Jared. Good day, brother. Pretty loud. I think we might do it because of the live stream. I didn't even. Is it part of the next presentation? Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll deal with it.
speaking from the podium?
Yes.
Okay.
And does your presentation have any like audio?
No.
Cool.
Yeah, so just me with a slideshow.
Nice.
Oh, I have
Thanks,
And
dear.
whatever you send me, I'll pass along to the girls.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Bokja avuchik below a session. So, Strixon Moody Doxub. Well, y'all. Our next presenter is Kathy Walsh, and she is an assistant professor in the Faculty of Education at Memorial University of Newfoundland and a member of Maui Bugek, and her area of specialization is Indigenous education. She holds a Bachelor of Education from McGill University, a graduate certificate in ethnomathematics from University of Hawaii at Moana, and a Master of Education in Indigenous Education from the University of British Columbia. She is currently completing the Indigenous Education Leadership and Resurgence Doctorate Program at UBC. Her professional experience includes over 21 years with the Kahnawake education system as a secondary mathematics and a science teacher and science curriculum consultant with a focus on Indigenous knowledge and land-based education. Please welcome Kathy Walsh. Holaleo.
Hello, everyone. So I'm here today presenting on a project that I developed for the Kahnawake education system and talking about how I'm now using it as a part of my doctorate studies and adapting it to my home community of Maubucket. So the title of my project is Navigating Waters, an integration of water-based pedagogy in an Indigenous project-based learning. So she introduced me and already gave a brief on my positionality, but I'll just extend it a little bit further. So I was born and raised in Maubucket, which we called Con River. And at about 21, I left Con River and moved to Kahnawake, Quebec. So that's the Kanien'kehá:ka Nation, just outside of Montreal, Quebec. Actually did the drive from Montreal to here yesterday. Well, in Kahnawake, I did spend 22 years in the education system. I did 16 years as a math and science teacher within the middle school, so that was grades 7, 8, and 9. And then I did 6 years as a science curriculum consultant. So while I was the science curriculum consultant, I was tasked with developing science curriculum for grades K to 11 for 3 schools within the community. And my main area of focus was to develop a science curriculum that was Indigenous focused, but met all of the provincial standards for the Quebec science curriculum. And then my passion for Indigenous education kind of flourished when I had children of my own that were entering the school system. So I have 2 children. My son, Agwarunga, he's about 20 years old now, so he's turning 20 soon. And my daughter, Julia, were entering the school system, and the only area they were getting any cultural content was in the Kanien'kehá:ka language classroom and in their social studies classroom. And it wasn't really being integrated anywhere else. So then I started with the task of developing science and math lessons that were enriched with Indigenous knowledge, but also still meeting the math objectives that I was having to teach within my classroom. And once I started exploring teaching math and science through Indigenous knowledge, it led me to the University of Hawaii program, where I was immersed into the Hawaiian culture and was able to sit with educators from across Hawaii and discuss how we could bring cultural experiences and knowledge into our math classrooms. And then after I finished the graduate certificate in ethnomathematics, it led me into seeking to further my Indigenous education experience through the University of British Columbia, where I completed my Master's of Education in Indigenous Education. And this project I'm discussing today was kind of born in that program. So it was where I started building the project, and it was a slow, steady progress. So This project has been implemented in small parts within the education system in Ganawage, and hopefully this year we can implement it in its full capacity. And after I finished my master's, I decided to move on into the educational doctorate. It's the TESCAL program at the University of British Columbia. And it's a program that is Indigenous focused. So I am in a cohort of 23 Indigenous educators. All of our supervisors are also Indigenous, and all of our course content is Indigenous focused. So now my research will focus on teaching STEM through Indigenous knowledge with the goal of promoting environmental stewardship. So this project came about because I wanted something that was comprehensive, project-based, and enriched in Indigenous knowledge, with a focus on integrating a water-based pedagogy. So I wanted my students to be outside, to connect with the land, and to feel that STEM subjects were more relevant to their daily lives. And I found by centering the significance of water within this project, it also helped to seek and foster a sense of cultural identity, environmental stewardship, and I also drew on a lot of community knowledge and engagement. So this project, when developing this project, I didn't come up with the idea alone. So what I did was, through consultation with parents, through parent-teacher interviews, through community engagement with community events, and through connecting and creating a partnership with the local environment office, I came about the idea of looking at the water and the importance of the water and how we can help preserve our water and become environmental stewards of the community. So once I connected with the local environment office, they introduced me to a project called Adopt a River. So Adopt a River was just a project that they were looking at that helped students learn about the local watersheds and how to identify the health of the local watersheds. So then when I started developing this project, my main focus areas were cultural integration. So I wanted to figure out, how am I going to now teach STEM, and this was for a grade 10 STEM class. So I find grades 9, 10, and 11, because we only go to grade 11 in Quebec, it was really difficult to connect to culture because the provincial curriculum was so heavy and there were so many topics for teachers to cover that I didn't want to add stress onto teachers, cause interruptions in learning, so I had to figure out how to integrate this seamlessly so that the provincial requirements and outcomes were met while going through and teaching the activities and lessons in this project so that there is no interruption and students are still reaching their curriculum goals. So for the cultural integration, being a Mi'kmaw person in a Kanien'kehá:ka community, I am a visitor. So I turned to coworkers from the community. I sat with some family members within the community, and I started discussing my ideas and what I wanted to do and how I could bring this cultural knowledge from the community into my classroom. And then once I started bringing cultural knowledge, and I did it at baby steps first. So this is my big major project, but my baby steps started about 10 years ago, where I was doing medicine walks with my students in grade 8 when we were starting to learn about the biodiversity of plants. And we connected with the local environment office and invited them into my classroom to discuss invasive plant species, indigenous plant species, and then I connected with the Kanien'kehá:ka language teachers, where they could come along on these walks with us and share the language and names of the plants with the students. Then I also paired up with McGill University, and we built a canoe project. So in my math class, when we were learning about ratios and how to scale down measurements, my students had access to a knowledge holder that came into the classroom, and he brought in a canoe where my students measured every aspect of the canoe, and then I had them scale it down to a 1-foot canoe, which they had the ability to go outside, harvest materials, and make the canoe within the carpentry class with our carpentry teacher and a community knowledge holder. And then we had to, because we were also talking about buoyancy, and we were right along the St. Lawrence River, the kids got to go outside with their little canoes and see which one was floating. So we had 2 sink, but we had 10 float, so it was a success. So those were just small steps along the way through community collaboration and integrating knowledge. So now I felt more prepared to do a bigger cross-curricular integration. And then when I started my doctorate, I really wanted to focus on environmental awareness. So I wanted our students, because I feel sometimes there's a disconnect with the environment and our youth. And just walking around the community, kids were unaware of the environmental projects happening within the community to help protect and preserve some of the ecosystems. So this project, environmental awareness, is brought to the forefront, and it's a theme throughout every activity. Okay, so I developed it in a PBL style, so a project-based learning, where you have a driving question. So this project is meant to start in September, so when the kids enter school, and it runs for the month of September and October to the end of the first term of school. So I chose this PBL because the PBL allows the students to engage in a real-world problem, and it gives them time to have conversations within different classroom settings and between their peers. And it also teaches them independence and organizational skills. So when developing this unit, science was my specialty, so I focused on the science outcomes first. So listed here is the provincial science standards that the students have to complete first term in grade 10 science. So it was the biodiversity of life forms. And now, because I did not want to interrupt teachers or classroom learning too much, I made this project cross-curricular so that it can be shared into other subject areas, so that we're not using 10 periods of a science class, we're using 3 periods of a science class, 2 periods of a language arts, we're using a couple of periods from social studies. So and then it becomes a school-wide collaboration to deliver this project, which was a huge task to undertake, but once it's done, it's beautiful. And the collaboration and community that it builds within the school system is wonderful. So I also have the social studies curriculum outcomes listed here. And my driving question. Now, the driving question is something the students are given right away when it's explained, when this project is introduced. So the driving question that I chose was, how can the integration of Ganyak Gahaga knowledge and ways of doing promote environmental stewardship within our community? So the goal of this project were for the students to answer this question. So every activity will lead up to them answering this question. And then to answer this question, students are given options, which gives options of how you assess their learning. So the options we provided were either a podcast, a podcast to answer this or a short film. They could write a story, but the goal was that they share it with the community. So there would be an event at the end of the project where they are presenting their project to family members, to community members, and to the school. So because it's cross-curricular, we have split it between science, social studies, language arts, so English language arts, the Ganyagaha, so that's the language class. So I'll speak about how language is connected to each activity. And then the mathematics classroom as well. So in mathematics, what we did is we collect data throughout the project, and then that data is turned into situational problems for the students to solve. And then on the end, I have a closing activity that we integrated into the physical education department. Okay, so what I did was I broke this up into 10 activities in total. So now I'll finally look at the speech I wrote for today. I haven't looked at it yet. So activity 1 is connection to creation story and Ohohanda Garua Dakwada. So that's the Thanksgiving address. So in the introduction of this project, students are instantly brought into it would be the Ganyagaha social studies classrooms, where they are learning about the significance of water in the area of the creation story and their Thanksgiving address. And then they're connecting the importance of water to their culture and how it is reflected within the community. So that would be one lesson. Activity 2 is story selection and sharing. So oral storytelling is a huge part of our culture. And in order to make it more visible within the school system, I tasked the students with finding a story that is related to water. It can be from any indigenous culture from across North America, and they are to select it and share it with the class. And then we would make those stories visible within the classroom. And then there would be a small discussion on the importance of oral storytelling and its significance within the culture. Then activity 3 is where we bring our local environment office into the classroom, and this is where they dive into what is a watershed, including its components, functions, and the stressors on the local watersheds. They will highlight the importance of watershed health and discuss specific issues facing the local watersheds and what we can do to help alleviate those issues. Activity 4 is a mapping the local waterways project. So this one is done with resources provided by the school, the local environment office, and then some online resources where students are going to identify local waterways. Then they're going to find the Ganyagaha name of those waterways, and they're going to place it on a map that's displayed in the classroom. So they need to find the indigenous name of the waterway, and you can do that through some resources provided or through talking to community members. And then activity 5 is a water walk with an elder or a knowledge holder. So in this activity, we take the kids down to the local waterway, which is the river, and we have the elder or local knowledge holder walk and discuss the sacredness of the water, traditional ways of identifying local, watershed health, and talk about how the community can take steps to preserve our local waterways. And then activity 6 is where the students, this one is to watch a documentary. And when I started exploring the significance of water in the community, the local environment office started undertaking a project to reconstruct and preserve some of the local waterways that run through the community. And when they started doing this, they started collecting elder stories of their experiences with the water, and they made a short documentary. So Rejuvenating the Waters is a short documentary the students can watch online. And then we'll discuss the importance of preserving our elders' stories. And then once this documentary is viewed, students will have the opportunity to interview an elder from the community to collect additional stories about the water that they can share with their class. So the interviewing process is done in the English Language Arts classroom, and it's a part of their curriculum outcomes for the English Language Arts department. Then activity 8 is where we jump into the science aspect of identifying the watershed stressors. So first, students will learn how to do water quality testing. So the students will be provided an overview of the importance of monitoring water quality and its significance for human health, ecosystem health, and environmental sustainability. Students will conduct water quality tests for pH, turbidity, and dissolved oxygen using the appropriate testing kits and equipment. Students will record the data from the water quality test and analyze the results to interpret the quality of the water samples and identify any potential stressors or contamination. So students will be bused to a local waterway where they will be working to test the water. So they'll collect their samples, they'll do the testing, and they'll record the data. The data is then collected by the local environment office and added to their website. So the next part of this activity is learning about identification of the bioindicators within the ecosystem. So in this activity, students are provided an overview of the role of fish as indicators of water quality and ecosystem health. Students will discuss the diversity and importance of these organisms in aquatic ecosystems. And students will go on a field trip to a local stream, pond, or river where they can observe and identify fish in their natural habitat. At the local waterway, students will collect the data on presence and abundance of fish and analyze their findings to assess the health of the ecosystem and identify any potential stressors. So this is just a learning opportunity for them to learn from the local environment office. All equipment was provided by the local environment office so they can go safely collect the fish, identify any health concerns on the fish without actually harming any fish. So we weren't actually fishing for the fish. They went out with nets. You'll see some pictures after. And they caught the fish in the net and were able to hold them. We had special containers that we could scoop the fish up in. And then it has a measurement tool. And then they can view the fish's scales, identify any health concerns, and then they release the fish back into the river. And then the next part is exploration. I think I skipped over one. Exploration of bioindicators. So in this activity, students will learn about common bioindicators found in the aquatic ecosystem, such as macroinvertebrate algae and smaller fish species, and their significance in assessing the environmental health. This activity takes students to an outdoor environment where they can observe, identify bioindicators in their natural habitat. Student will collect data on the presence and abundance of bioindicators in the watershed and analyze their findings to assess the health of the ecosystem and identify any potential stressors. So in this part, the students were just taking a bucket down to a stream or the river, collecting a sample, and then we had, I tapped into a grant to provide the school with 8 field microscopes. So we had field microscopes where the students can take their samples, put it under the microscope, and then have like an infographic of the macroinvertebrate indigenous to the area so that they can identify what they're looking at under the microscope. Once they go through the exercise of learning how to do this with the environmental technicians, we do an overarching big field science day. So it's one whole day where we have, typically this is done with about 60 students. We break them up into groups of 3 that cycle in and out. For the field science day, it takes place on a beach in the community where I have the local environment office, usually the paddling club, which we have in the community, is also there. We have tables set up, and we do it in like learning centers. So one learning center will be water testing. One learning center would be the bioindicator identification, where the microscopes are set up. And then another learning center is the fish identification. So we cycle our students through. And we've had local community members who wanted to know what was going on join us often and start sharing stories. And usually we have to light a fire because it's very cold in the end of September. So it becomes like a community event. So here is last fall, so this is in September. We had a little bit of issue with the water level. We had very low water levels. So we couldn't go as far out into the water because it was very boggy and the kids kept getting stuck. We had to stay very close, but we were still able to do the project. So this was taking place in just its small self right now. So this was just the field science day. So the students learned how to do the indication of bioindicators, fish identification, and water testing. And that was the part we focused on last summer. So here they're out with their nets, and they were pulling the nets in to catch the fish. And unfortunately, because of the low water levels, we're only able to get little tiny fish. And then we had an environmental technician, his green, he's on the ground there with his hat and his green jacket. He was there hands-on with the kids, gathering the fish with them and showing the students what fish to look at and how to identify them. So we had infographics on the shore, so when they brought the bucket in, they could pull out the fish, identify them, and then release the fish back into the water. And now, at the same time of doing this, the environmental awareness kicks in too, because some of the fish were not in great health. I think we even picked out a fish that had like half its head missing, its scales coming off. And then as we were pulling the nets to catch the fish, they were pulling out some garbage too. And it was really upsetting the students. And we were having discussions around how it's important to take care of our environment. How if we don't take care of it, the health of these fish, it's going to get worse. So then as the students are completing all of these activities, they're still thinking about their driving question, and there is a little requirement for each activity to build a portfolio on the end. So this was the year before last, and we had more water, but we did it a little later in the year. It was very, very cold, and the kids were able to actually walk out into the St. Lawrence River because we had higher water levels. And this was them catching, going out to catch some fish and identify them, and they were able to catch much larger fish and identify them, and they were in much better health because the water was in much better health. And as kids are working on this station, we would have about 10 kids taking part in this, and then another 10 collecting water samples and doing the tests with using the testing kits, and another 10 with the sample from the stream identifying the bioindicators and recording all that data. So they had sheets that they had to record everything on, and then we submit it to the environment office at the end of the field science day. So this was a whole day on the river for the kids. So this is what we present our students with at the beginning of this project. So they are made aware of the driving question, and then there are individual products that they have to complete in order to, reach the requirements for the project. So at the end of each activity, they are required to do a personal reflection. They'll have guiding questions for the reflection. And then I have a list of all of the reflections that are due with each activity. And then they are also required to produce their final product, which is a short 5-minute film, a website, an online blog, or a podcast. Now, the requirements for the final project can be done in English or in Ganyagaha. So we accept both languages, and we have a collaboration with the Ganyagaha department where language is brought into every activity wherever possible. So we've invited language speakers into both the first connection with the creation story is done in Ganyagaha, the story selection and sharing, so students can choose to select and share their story in Ganyagaha. And then the local mapping of the waterways is done in collaboration with the Ganyagaha and Social Studies Department. So it's bringing in community history and language. And then the final project can be done in both languages and shared with the community. So now here was the big, the hardest part about planning a cross-curricular project was organization between each department within the school. So we had several departments going. Oh, and I forgot one of the closing activity for this is a canoe trip around the bay, the open bay area, with the local canoe club. So to close up this activity, we would end it with a knowledge holder and the local canoe club taking our students around the bay. So we would do it in small groups, and they would canoe along the shores, learning about the ecosystems that exists within the community. And then the significance of this project was to bridge Indigenous knowledge and our Western educational system so that our students were still achieving their educational goals, to enhance student engagement, cultural reclamation, and fostering environmental stewardship. So as soon as September rolls around, the grade 10 start asking, when is our, we were calling it Adopt a River. So when is our Adopt a River Day? When are we going to the shore? When are we going to start collecting water and learning about the fish? So it increased student engagement significantly. And when we're taking 60, 15-year-olds out into the community along the shore, and not once did we ever have to discipline or had any behavior issues arise. The students were amazing. The days went so nice, and we've been doing this now for about 4 years. And every year it keeps getting bigger and bigger, and the students enjoy it more. And there hasn't been an issue yet that arose from taking all of these children within the community. They get off the bus. One of the biggest concerns from teachers was that they'll go home because we're busing them right in front of their houses. But not once did a student leave or go home or not participate. They've been eager to get into the water. Now, my next steps for this is to implement it within the school system within its full capacity. So right now, it's only been implemented through the science aspect. So I've had 4 science teachers come on board. It's integrated in the classroom as a continuous thing each year when they enter first term and they're tackling biodiversity in grade 10 science. Now I was meeting with teachers in other departments of language arts, Ganyageha, social studies, and physical education to get them on board so that we can implement in the other activities. And now when we take this project on and make it bigger as a PBL, we're assigning supervisors to groups of students to do check-ins so that students remain organized and on task throughout the project, so that at the end of the project they have answered their overarching driving question and have their portfolios ready to hand in. Now, what I'm doing in addition to, I've gifted this to the Kahnawake education system, this project, to be implemented in its full capacity this fall. And now I'm taking it as a part of my doctorate studies, and I am going to collaborate with my community of Conn River and implement STEM-based learning through Indigenous knowledge within, hopefully, the grade 8 area within Conn River, and then hopefully it can expand out from there. So I'm just in the beginning steps of community collaboration, reconnecting with educators in the school, and just listening to what the community wants to see in this partnership. So thank you very much. I hope I didn't miss anything because I was so nervous I skipped half of my speech. This is my first presentation in a conference. Does anyone have a question? No?
It's not on. Never mind. Ole.
But Olene, how you doing?
Good.
I'm the representative for the Canada White Science Fair for the MK.
I've been many times.
Is that right? That's what I was
Yeah.
going to say. Like, it's such a cool project. Awesome. It's quite a big project. Have you had students represent?
Yes, absolutely.
All
I've
right.
been there several times, and we've just about every year, but not this year, we've had students going and representing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
With some amazing culturally based projects.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Good. Well, then.
Thank you.
One up. Any more questions for Kathy?
Okay, well, thank you very much, guys. Did I just disconnect? Oh, thank you so much.
That's all right, got it. Did we name it?
Yeah, we're done 15 minutes early.
What is this?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're good at 15 minutes?
Yep.
Okay. Hindi naman ada gift, teka?
Yeah,
Wala,
yeah.
nagamaan ito. Sila.
Kathy Walsh.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, okay. So anyway, thank you very much. Kathy Walsh, where are you? Oh, you're behind me. So anyway, once again, let's thank Kathy for her presentation. And I really appreciate your attention to it. And we have a nice gift for her. So, wala din, Susie gave her a nice gift. And just want to say thank you very much. And I think we're finished a little 15 minutes early or 10 minutes early. So if you want to just hang out for a while, we're going to be doing the final, I guess, at about 11:45. We will get the people back in here. And then we will start doing our closing and our reflection.
There's some extra swag bags if anybody wants them in the back, though.
Okay. Yeah, and there's also extra swag bags in the back there, just in case you guys need one, or if you want to take home an extra one. So there's swag bags in the back over there. And like I said, thank you very much for your attention. And the past 2 days was amazing listening to these presentations. And we learned a lot of stuff that we weren't aware of. So I'm really amazed by all the new information that's coming through. So thank you to all the presenters, I should say. And we will get back to our schedule in a couple of minutes. Just wait for everybody to come back in here about 11:45, and then we will get settled and start our closing ceremonies. Gimoduk. There. Wasting my time. Watching the days go.
Where's your notes, bro? I'm gonna write something down.
All righty. This is all we got.
Group photo.
Are we doing that first or no?
No, hell no. At
Last?
the end.
Okay.
Outside. Drone. So they should go near the teepee?
All right. Do do do. Who? Okay, so once everybody finds their seat, there's a whole bunch of seats here. We're going to be taking a group photo after this. So, and we're going to go outside. There's a drone that's they're going to be taking a picture of us. Well, guess we'll be going near the teepee outside, and that'll be on our way out. I won't ask you to go out and in. So anyway, we're going to start wrapping up our two-day conference here. We have a few things on the agenda. As well, you can see the drummers. We will end the session for a song from the drummers. The drum group is called White Bear. They are from Mi'kmaw. So, and also we will have Blair to facilitate the closing with the 4 directions, as well as we'll have Barb to do a prayer. And I just want to, I guess before I close, I just want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you to everybody making this such a wonderful conference. It opened up our eyes on how it's done. It's kind of similar, but you know, it's people are in different stages and different language. So I'm glad everyone is in the fight to bring back our language, revitalize our language. So we see that all this ways to help with our language. And at the end of the day, all of us have the same drive and to preserve and to, I guess, to revitalize and preserve and to maintain. I'm just a lucky guy, I guess. Me and all my siblings are fluent, and we've been fluent, and I really appreciate that. I really thank my grandparents and my parents and my uncles, and also my neighbors, my friends. It's my community for keeping me tight with the language. It's pretty hard, especially when I was a teenager. I was going to school at Riverview. I was telling my son about my time in Riverview High School in Sydney. I told him I was the only one in the gym class, in the English class. I was the only native in the English class, and I didn't say a peep. All I said every day was, here. That's it. I didn't talk. I didn't talk to anybody. I didn't make any friends. I was just this guy sitting in the corner, and I failed a couple of times until there was about 3 other native people in my class, and that's when I passed, and because that's what I was doing the work. So just want to thank all the schools that are in the reserves. So I'm going to ask Blair right now to start our exit. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and help me give a warm round of applause for Blair.
Oh, well, valid yan. Ella Nicholas, amen. Ella Nicholas? No? I forget who this was for. Ella Nicholas Nenua? Gil? Moimog. Janine Metallic Ake? John? Maha? Listugush ko ay mo dijig? Kisimado adas Janine? It's from the James Bay Cree group. Where's the hand? Oh, she is here. Oh, you said Moimuk. All right. So in true Ulnui Sultanage fashion, we are going to do our closing with the 4 directions. This, of course, relies on you to participate. Who comes from the furthest north that would like to share anything that they want to share that they've learned the past 2 days, or just anything nice? North. Where's north? Listuguch? Geskabegia? James Bay Cree Nation. Right? But Geskabegia? Winnick? Oh, John Martin. Oh, yes, Nidab. John, go get udluin. Oh. Where did he go?
Basta ginoodle wa miwa na mula nel jubida ektet. Few way more je kesk by giyak ta na kinama sa dik wedel lo diek. Na mi die wen die lik siak kami talo wendi. El kinama wa dat altet. Would little ginam wa the light which kwabani awa ginam wo woman no to nego wa ginam wa gizel wis coming 30 35 years el ginam wa ginam. Kat des begising tetel no el no is ultnage. Mi wa de McDonald jubida ya gap begising up director menen immersion el ginam wa list which kit kan tos. No to ga lo wa jigal tag mo so. Well das will take down the dial.
Well, I'll John.
Yeah.
Switching directions, let's go south. Who is the furthest south? I'm directionally challenged, so I don't even know where south is.
Florida.
Caribbean.
Anybody from the south?
Moimudi. It would be Hawaii, I guess, eh? South? Raise your hand. Wasahoba? Ooh.
Graham said, well, Pug, Ninda Louise Melanie, Winnipixie, Wasohoba, First Nation, Wiki, Yarmouth. So, yeah, south. Waltazi, Begason. Oh my God, I'm so happy to be Mi'kmaw, and I'm so proud to be from Wasohoba and be here with all of you. And I learned so much, and my group, I have other people here. We learned so much, and we're on a journey of trying to revitalize our Mi'kmaw language in Gispuit. And I thank all of my mentors, Ngamalamuksis, Bernie, and all my aunties who helped me no matter what, because it's very emotional not being able to speak our language. It's trauma, and we're healing because we're lost without it. But the pride that those little kids, when they learn those one word, Waltazi, Waliaksipuk, Diam, words, man, they're proud. And we're soaring, and we're going to keep going. So, Walaliek to you all.
Wasohoba does incredible work and incredible initiatives with families and their whole community. They do a wonderful job. West. Where's West?
Vancouver.
Hawaii.
Wild West.
Huh? Any of the Crees here? I think they all took off.
Anybody?
West would be
New Brunswick on.
Edukjel Medibanagia, Eskinobidich, Elsibukduk.
Okay, I see her.
Ah,
I think they twisted her arm.
Eskinobidich. Eskinobidich.
Great, Anthony Joni Spence. I'm from Mi'kmaw Cree Nation, representing Member 2, and I'm just very thankful to be here today, accepted into Member 2 and have opportunities to learn. Making flowers, we made earrings yesterday. So yeah, I'm just very thankful to be here, celebrating our culture, our language, and the importance of passing it on. Ekote, thank you.
Walalia. And I need someone from the east. Member 2 or Dahamkuk.
Right here.
Angela. Miao Bugek.
Yeah, Bukek. Yeah. My father went to Indian residential school. Father is Peter Christmas. When I grew up, my parents spoke Mi'kmaw to each other, but when they turned to the children, they spoke English to us. So I heard the language all of my life, but didn't understand it. So when Bill C-31 came into effect and we had our status back because my dad had graduated university and then was enfranchised, so we couldn't live on the reserve, couldn't live near aunties, couldn't live near my uncles, my grandparents, so we lived off the reserve. Bill C-31 came into effect in 1985. We moved to the reserve. I was ready to move on with my life because I was 19 at the time. No language, no culture, nothing. So I said, I've got to find me. I've got to find out what this means to be Mi'kmaw. I had no idea. So when I moved to Toronto, I went to the Friendship Center of Toronto, and I found beautiful people there, the Anishinaabe. They taught me a lot about culture, their language. I went to their longhouse. They took me to Dreamer's Rock, and I began to feel what it was like to be me as an Indigenous person. But that wasn't enough because I didn't know my language. I heard it all my life, but I didn't know it. So I said, I moved to Conn River, Newfoundland, and I said, there's a job coming up as a language teacher. And I said, but I don't know it, but I want it. So, and it's not just for the job, but it was for me because I needed to know the language. So when I went to St. FX University, I met beautiful, beautiful people, and they're here in this room. And then I went to, they knew, that the professors there knew that I wanted to learn the language, so they put me in immersion school, and I didn't know what they were saying. This little boy, the very first teacher, was a 5-year-old. he ran up to me in Ida Denny's class and he said, when Gil, what does when mean? Gil, what does Gil mean? Who are you? That's all they wanted to know was who was I? And I asked Ida, how do I say my name is? She said, Deluisi, Miss Angela. I said, oh, Deluisi, Miss Angela. Oh, he was so happy, right? And that's Patty and Andale's son, actually. That was him. They call him boss at the time, or is he still the boss? I don't know.
Sander Hootie.
Huh?
Sander Hootie.
Yeah, that's him. And I go, so this is what the university kept doing, sending me back to immersion. So I ended up in Star's class, grade 2 class. And Star knew my journey, and she said, I'm going to put you with this group of really strong children, these really strong speakers. And I said, I was right nervous, eh? So I said, okay, all right. So I get there and I sit down, and the little girl said, Marley said, I said, okay, I kind of knew that. So then she said, donkeys, we gotta get Miss Angela. I'm like, okay, donkeys, how weekend, you right. We gotta get your name. So I had to put it all together. Oh, I see Patty. I see Patty right there. So I did. I put it all together. Donkeys, we gotta get Miss Angela. So and then I told her how to write my name, and so it continued. When I went back to Newfoundland and I came back to Eskasoni immersion, I see, oh gosh, don't make me cry. Well, Mi'kmaw Kina'matnewey, Eskasoni immersion. We know Louisiana, now big time. Oh my gosh. Giskook, Mi'kmaw Kina'matnewey, Louisiana, now Mijiwaji, now Louisiana, get nestum. Oh dear. So, it's still a journey for me. Well, Darcy Begeston, by the way, and Nindalawisi Angela Christmas, Delayui, member 2, we get Miabukik, Con River, Miabukik, Takamkuk, Mi'kmaw Nadil, gosh, Walalio, Msit, Walalio, Wujit, Unui Suchinej, Walalio, Msit, Abogonamino, Louisi, Walalio.
Walalia, Angela. Just before we go to the closing prayer, I'm going to invite Chief Leroy Denny of Eskasoni, also the chair for Mi'kmaw Kina'matnewey, to share a couple of closing remarks. Oh, there he is. Did you...
Well, Blair, good to see you, Miss Angela. I used to work, I worked a little bit at Mi'kmaw Bugek. I helped Miss Angela Mi'kmaw language program for a little bit there. It's good to see you and your crew. Dam Cook, Mi'kmaw Bugek. They go by first name. Like they would call me Mr. Leroy Nadio, so they go by Miss Angela Lagoy. So, I know it's very challenging, but you guys are doing really good. I didn't know you were here. I just saw you when you started speaking. Also, I just want to mention, we have a lot of people from all over the world. The way we'll see in the presence, I know from Hawaii, and from Anishinaabe, from British Columbia, and almost every province that are here. So I don't know who they are, but if you're not from Mi'kmaw, can you please stand up so we'll know where you come from? If you're from Hawaii or Ontario, BC, can you please stand so we can acknowledge you and recognize you? All right, look at that. Yes, yes. That's awesome. Walaliek, thank you. Walaliek. And it's been an amazing couple days. And I just learned so much, and it's always learning. Even if you're a fluent speaker, you learn something. And I just learned really cool stuff from Skylar Gichigo earlier about Glusuano, about fishing. So it's again, for all those non-speakers, as speakers, you're constantly learning too. Okay? So just don't feel that you're behind. We're learning too. We're trying to figure this out as well. So we're all in this together. So I just want to mention too, for those sticking around Eskizoni until Monday, I know it's a holiday, we're having, the ECMAs are starting off. So we're having a free concert on Monday with all our artists from Eskizoni, Songwriters Circle. So it's a free concert. And one of the reasons we're having a free concert, songwriting, we've been talking with ECMA for a while now, and we asked them, we proposed to ECMA, we told them, they asked us, what can we do to help promote the language? And I told them, so don't let us fight over Indigenous Artist of the Year. Let us have an award for songwriting in Mi'kmaw or any other Indigenous language. Like if it's East Coast, then it would have to be Wolastoq, Mi'kmaw, and Innu. So let us put an award for to have an award in for ECMA for language songwriting, your Indigenous language songwriting. So they said, yeah, we're gonna do that. So hopefully next year ECMA will be an award that will encourage songwriters to start writing songs. You know, and so I just want to mention that. So Darren, let's go. 90s classic. So let's, what year is it? 99. Geez, 90s classic. So, but anyway, all these songs, our kids seminar, our children need those songs. They love music. They love to dance. I got to do the YouTube, and whatever is on YouTube. So we want to encourage people to start writing, and you might get an ECMA from it. That's contemporary and also traditional. So so Monday, relatives will be there, second generation, Emma Stevens, Shawnee, Michael R. Right, Michael R. will be there too. He's a songwriter. So invite you all on audio. I'll invite you guys on Monday to come by. So. And I just want to thank you all for being in our community. Thank you. Walalio.
Walalio, Leroy. I'm going to ask Grand Chief to come up and say his comments. So, Chisamo.
Walalin, yeah. Walalin, Blair. Walalio. Telonku. Meske walago mugisipesan waneg bochia wala alnuisen meske kadwa mushfa widam muya desago absirwana malige or giga vida asam kusi talasinek Telwe de mochku kadwajala adwanek so meski gangul maanin ankoyon no emset kejidu gisa wistu jiga emset north east west nin chisamo asmum tekila danemo Galo de Megal, Grand Council, Santa Mayon. Kedu Luadal no, well, Darcy, which could I? Down well, yeah, when you go sweet, Gizagalo de Meno, Delil Nui Sukti. Kamlamuna, Azud my Gisla Dardino. Meda, Kegume. Dandel no da so anko no Illinois sukti. Muni ne politician. Udawi daw chu ungi politician. Unless really sama uji na sama kuchu kadwa. Nine Grand Council. Uncle again, Uncle the move, la Mi'kmawgi. Tandeli Uncle the move. Tandeli adivino see, well as you come. Andele you see. Nuda me mul glow the meno, emu. Anangwe gelgame, Nuda Illinois uktino. Madame Sukoi. Thank you, Isagalo see. Sukoi, what ya? Sit on now. Sukoi edeg, sit on now. Tandelote, Adelglam Sidazuti. Munobasigal Nuis own. Kelo the moon, and then what the Bexukti. I had away so glow the meno, I went Milgook to meno. Nigegishka, what's Kadu? Musidun, Tagusen, or Barnedum. The politics. Politics, so dia ningin ne maybe. We young Gordon, dan del old tea, no tea. Kadwa, Biluasi, thank you, politics, West Kodasi. Mu wisku adu duong, adu muno, adu go gishka, bazaga, guru bimano, kilo, do not aveligo, galusit, chigaptino, anle wucha. Kilo na couple no kilo onset nine nabazga anko yulne I mean manko do gadwa tan mali apteme wala emsedemek so la kilo kisko kido man mul no na huwe te pao de mo anshadal no isukti nige edegla Delaware, Illinois in conference. Ruby Maloney, suppose Nickel and Mi'kmaw in conference. No. Illinois again. I wish I never way move. Illinois safety, Illinois. Illinois doesn't. Nani nangamoy was that part could weed them. They'll get me, they power weed them no, Dominique, you know. You up that way you up. Lawyer, I was committee, should Louis Stewart. Mi'kmaw la. Muna Mi'kmaw la, them kin, eh? No la, Geblu dan, na. Muna na. Mi'kmaw la, muna de pakte. Wala el drive way to you and couple de way my word, Guluswan, Mi'kmaw. Muna gino Mi'kmaw. No nagino. Kadwa. Tahuay up one more. Na dektek school so me kadwa. Delway me note. Land acknowledgement way move. Delway. Mana in the modo, Mahamigo, Mana do is schedule. Kaduni no does you, Delaware up. Kisu na Mahamigo, Gisigado, La Emu, Gizuka, and Kadusi, Kinu, Galaptamino. And sit down, Norma, down Emu, so Galaptamino, La Mahamigo, Emu. Munada. Was a good one, unceded territory or one day. But now, can you sit? I'm wish for young go the mool, I'm amigo. I can you eke, tell them sit made it now. But eke, I like them didn't it too. Hunter's Mountain, a little protest to do this. But when they did wedge you. When I protest to protect the year, so no doubt look at me. Ijwapala Tanchua Ugadam Kala elverfish. Kisugu tell me yene. Muna edan out elverfish. Which was ye good. Kakitano namagada himu. Apneng ma shamelki madnumu. Clear me go dick, delictanti na elverfish. Nagishka but kept us talui nemi sispanic ne. Box telu sweet money kadwa. Or she will die, del vegida, or pugalo vegida, or whole well, that's it. Will mali up to model no tiga. Hideaway, Kisu, so one coil, sino. Hola, Ligo.
Walalia Chisama. All right, I'd like to ask you to please stand, or if you can, and we're going to do our closing prayer. And after the closing prayer, I ask that we're going to get a photo in front, near the TP, and then we will have the drone do our picture. It's a little rainy, but that's all right. So I'll ask Barbara Dana sa Juguan Lois to also the mano. So wala liyo.
Postal that and chicken out. Pats keduang kuadud luan. Amush pamawi abokal madultig. Amush pamawuk tumuk. Kui when alado. Se sunemikadna. Msitamia when nudaja. Deluya amush pa. Weji abijadu gakli sudi mino. Alnuisim. Aha, dantelil nuoltig. Sit go away, edek gli sudi mina. Edek danteloltig, edek dantelodmuk sit hamo, edek dantele adultig, edek dan kulsiawida de snog. Our language holds everything. It holds our history, our culture, our way of thinking, our beliefs, and how we take care of each other, get along with each other, and how we take care of Mother Earth. Norman, he's good, so I'm good. Now, nengmoy kuduloya. Ahwal dasi begisin na nemiol no tezio modio. I'm very, very happy, grateful, and proud to be here today among so many dedicated and enthusiastic people. Let's keep that momentum going, and we will strengthen our language by working together. Kahayal Sudmayan na Pepkijadeg. The drummers will sing after I finish the prayer. Nige. Dandel with it was it niskam, ochid niskam, wajual niskam. Nadliach. Loh paniskam, muyu al nego, chitandel galuk, ulanagua, gegnemuyak. Megarwella liek del wizit que wiek des giskuk, danul nui sudi, edlima wiskuda siksab. Nige jedamulek siawyang que winen, dan delil midayak. Chiglad win dan des and sanogon no doubtina. Clamantly wuli abjida desnen, nemitkina, nigmana, nadliach. Creator, we thank you for the beautiful days you've given us to be together, to discuss and work on our new language. And we ask that you continue to watch over us as we all go home to our territories. Take all danger away from our path so that we can return home to our families and friends and our territories. Nadliach. Well, our prayer book cheese will. Kisi duega ba Kisiduaga one time ago, that was a TLE, Arlene, nega malad all copy of Nigea. Well, Chewia, Kaya come to Mugnin Tais, the Ujigaki square, Meda. Wasadel will make good day to move away, could I one time. I was saying this little prayer book we created at TLD many moons ago, and Arlene has copies. Huh?
Thank you.
Yeah, well, Alio.
Now we're going to have our honor song.
Get me
Daho. I had a draw here, and the winner of this lovely basket is Juliana Paul. White Bear, wala White Bear? All the way from Wegoma. So Juliana, what time ga basket? Terry, do you have anything draw? Okay, draw out on how to go, Terry, right this second. Okay, ABMHS Safe Grad. Okay, Dautig. $1,185. And the lucky winner is, so people, we're going to be meeting outside. We're going to be doing the picture, group picture. So, okay, I'm going to do the draw.
After the main draws.
Okay, I have a name here, Terry. And the winner is, of course, I have to pick a Denny. And it's Ann Denny. Way to go, Ann. Denia. Juliana basketum la. Juliana Paul. Wegoma. Lebi. Millbrook. Mesquite. Anything else? Blair? Okay, we're going to do some draws. Okay? Okay, we're going to do this table first, and we're going to come over here with the luggage. What rhymes with luggage in Mi'kmaw? No luggage, yes. What's a woman part? Rhymes with my luggage. Oh my God. Okay, let's do some draws before I get in trouble. My luggage. Juggage. Oh, juggage, come out. That's right. So anyway, before we do the draw, we're going to do the draw. I just want to say, speaking of my luggage, we had our milkman. Our milkman was here over 50 years, I think. I think so, maybe like 30 years. His name was Garfield. He was everybody's dad. It was my dad, they said. Just to be a little light-skinned guy. But anyway, he's passed away, so sorry about that, Mr. Miller.
Was that your dad?
That was my dad, yeah. But my real dad, my luggage dad was Garfield, but my real dad is Walter Jown. So anyway, let's click to spin. We're first going to the table here, on the side here. We've got to get rid of all these nice sweaters. Okay, come on down, Bernadette Tony. There's Bern. Michael Cabot. There you go, Mike. Got it. Ashton Dennis. Mary Johnson. And if there's more than one Mary Johnson, we're going to be fun. Dana Grant Townsend. We're moving right along here. That's a lot of names. Cassandra Tony. Is that just one person? One prize? That'll be one. Oh, nice. Just to let you know that the luggage is one prize. Oh, Mary Denny, go. Mary Denny. A lot of Marys. Molly. Kaylee Stevens. And Denise Tony. We're moving right along, giving away prizes. Diana Van de Hoevel. Tara McCauley. Matt Gould. Oh my God. You know, there's a lot of sweaters, so we're going to keep moving. Anne Francis. And Chigapton, Ekate, Niened. Pittsburgh, eh? No Pittsburgh there? Kathleen. Name Kathleen. Kathleen Sillaboy. Oh, yes. Lydia Gold. Lydia. I see her. Annie C. Danny. Annie Catherine, I assume. Starla Bernard. Starla. We're moving as slowly, as fast as we can. Heather Patterson. I'm not sure if that made sense at all. Moving as fastly, as slowly as we can, huh? Dominic Denny. And thank you for clapping, people. Walalio. Thank you for clapping. Kendra Simon. There we go. Yay. Beverly Batten. There's Beverly. There's Beverly with her beautiful smile. I do. Christina Glode. Coming back to her hometown to win all our prizes. Taking them back to Millbrook. Emily Newcomb. Too phonetic. Nicole Gugu. There's Nicole. Let's keep it rolling. Keep it spinning. Keep it rolling. Rachel Marchand. Marchand. Is it the Boston Marchands? No? Who was it? Peter Paul. Who's Peter Paul? Hero. Beast. Chaps is the winner. Michelle Sampson. Michelle Sampson. There she is, walking up. I'm assuming. Gina Taylor. Gina Taylor. Gone. Brittany Fitzgerald. And I hope you like your sweaters. Nothing like a good sweater. A nice crew neck sweater. Bertram Bernard. Bertram. Bertram. Kevin Florek. Kevin Florek. Sarah Wiltshire. That's such an elegant name. Everybody bow. Eh? Like a Bridgerton name, huh? A beautiful name. Dallas Sharp. That's a sharp name. Ian Douglas. I think we only have few left. 5 left. Sonia Van Andel. That's a Hollywood name. You guys have good names. I love it. You can tell a lot by a name. Terry Lee, like that. I have to admit, I got to apologize to somebody. I was walking by and I hit this woman on the back like this. Hey! And it wasn't Terry Lee. It wasn't. Kimberly McLean. I hit a woman from behind like I thought it was Terry Lee because Terry Lee's my BFF and I could slap her around like. But anyway, it wasn't her. What was the name? Sispinakizadua. And I apologize to that woman that had very long black hair. Thought it was her. 3? 3 left. Lorenda White. Lorenda White. Okay, no sweat here. Carol Francis. Carol. I see her. Is this the last one? Karen Stewart is the last one? Karen Stewart is gone? One more? 2 more. 2 more sweaters left. It's very interesting. Mary Ellen, last one? Okay, Mary Ellen. Ooh, this is interesting. Okay, don't spin it yet. All right. Are the other names going back in? Okay, all the sweater names are going back in, so you got a chance to win. If you win a sweater, you can throw it in your luggage and take it home. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just adding the names back. Are we giving away 2 prizes? Oh, wow. Okay, we're going to give away the luggage first, and then the phone, and then the MacBook. Ooh, what beautiful prizes. Okay, I'm going to be the person that says spin. All right? I feel like I hope this person is going to win in my books. You ready? Spin that DJ, Spinderella. And the luggage belongs to Shalita! Shalita, come on down. You have won the luggage. Roddy from The Price is Right is here. Come on down. Come on. Hurry up. Oh, well. Duguyen. Come on down. I just got excited for nothing. All right, Shalina, pose for your wonderful prize. And she is going to be traveling this summer to, where'd you do it? Hampton Inn, Sydney. Way to go, Shalina. Good prize, good prize. Dige phone. iPhone 17. The lovely Susie has this iPhone 17. It's 256 gig with memory of 56 gigs. It's a light green in color, and your lucky winner, spin that disc. Nige phone. Oh my God. Here's Susie calling somebody, and the winner is Helen Francis. Helen Jugu. So, Helen's the winner. I just want to make a quick announcement before I draw the MacBook that take-home lunches will be next door in the other gym. Take-home lunches. And we're going to have a group picture outside, and it's just going to be, everybody's going to go outside, take a picture, and if you take a lunch, go back there. And I want to thank you, Blair, and all the MK staff. And if you do any, there's also on the program, there's a feedback. You can, hey, one more prize, don't everybody leave. And you have to be in the room to win. So this feedback form is on the program, so we will appreciate it. Mostly positive if you can. And don't complain about the MC. All right, spin that wheel. We got a MacBook. A MacBook Air. MacBook Air belongs to Debbie Dennis! Debbie is right there in the front row, ladies and gentlemen. She's the winner of the MacBook Air. Well, Alio, thank you for joining us for the past few days. Numultos, see you. Au revoir. Numultos. In front of the TP, if you can, the TP area. We're going to get the picture done, and then we'll all get your lunch and be on your way. Wala aliyo. Guess I'll sit.